Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Senator from the 6th. Y'all were having a hard time getting out of caucus today, I see. Both the majority and the minority party. We must have some exciting things on the floor today. I'm proud of you. Recognize Senator from the 6th.
Good morning, Mr. President. Yeah, we're running a little late today. A lot of great things to talk about to help our great state. But more importantly, Mr. President, we got a bunch of great pages here today. From Washington, we have Addie Armour. From Wiggum, we have Emma Osborne. From Pineview, Veda Bloodworth. From Kennesaw, Christine and Jonathan Braun. From Washington, Savannah Birch. From Cochrane, Ethan Davis. From Macon, Henry Etheridge. From Atlanta, Braden Gott. From Donaldsonville, we have Riley Harrington. From Toccoa, Ellie Horton. From Dawson, Addison Ingram. From Newton, we have Abigail Lanier. From Atlanta, Sophia McCormick. From Washington, Reese Newsom. From Marietta, Aman Patel. From Milledgeville, Elias Smith. And from Atlanta, we have McLean Welch. Y'all give these pages a big round of applause. We appreciate you being here to help us serve the great people of the great state of Georgia. Mr. President, the journal has been read and found to be correct. So I would move that we dispense with the reading of the journal. Unless you want me to read it, I'm more than happy to. There's only, 45 pages or so. Shall I start? I know. All right, I guess I'll read the journal. The Senate met pursuant to adjournment at 10 a.m. today and was called to order by the President. Senator Brass of the 6th, me, reported that the journal of the previous legislative day had been read and found to be correct. By unanimous consent, the reading of the journal was dispensed with. Just like I'm trying to do right now. The journal was confirmed. The following communications. The following communications were received by the Secretary. Office of the Lieutenant Governor, February 4th, 2026, in the year of our Lord. Secretary Tripp, the Committee on Assignments, has delegated to the President of the Senate the authority. I did make a motion, Mr. President. I'd be more than happy for you to entertain that motion.
All right, Senator. You introduced the pages?
I did.
You did a great job, too, Senator.
I know. I saw you paying attention back there.
I'm reminded every day of what a fantastic rules chairman you are. Every day.
I remind myself of that every day, too.
All right. Is there objection to dispensing of the reading with the journal? Chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to the confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills and resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. First reading and references to Senate bills. Secretary.
Senate Bill 577 by Senators Watson of the 11th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Titles 12 and 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated.
Natural Resources.
Senate Bill 578 by Senator Jones of the 10th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act establishing in DeKalb County districts from which members of the County Board of Education shall be elected, approved April 12, 1960.
State and local government.
Senate Bill 579 by Senators Harbin of the 16th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated.
Government oversight.
Senate Bill 580 by Senators Rahman of the 5th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia. Senate Bill 581 by Senators Williams of the 25th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to...
Services.
Senate Bill 582 by Senators Williams of the 25th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend
Health
chapter.
and Human Services.
Senate Bill 583 by Senators Halpert of the 39th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 4.
Agriculture.
Senate Bill 584 by Senator Burns of the 23rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend.
State and local government.
Senate Bill 585 by Senators Parks of the... Senate Bill 585 by Senator Parks of the 7th and others, a bill to be entitled...
Insurance and labor.
Senate Bill 586 by Senators Williams of the 25th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend...
Public safety.
Senate Bill 587 by Senators Still of the 48th and others, a bill to be entitled...
Public safety.
Senate Bill 588 by Senators Jones the 2nd of the 22nd, a bill to be an act to amend Titles 34, 48, and 49.
Finance.
Senate Bill 589 by Senators Brass of the 6th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia.
Education and youth.
Senate Bill 590 by Senators Summers of the 13th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 11 of Title 4 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to animal protection.
Agriculture.
Senate Bill 591 by Senators Gooch of the 51st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter...
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 592 by Senators Gooch of the 51st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapters 5 and 6 of Title 16 and Chapter
Judiciary.
10. Senate Bill 593 by Senators Hatchett of the 50th and others, a bill to be
State and
entitled...
local government. General.
Senate Bill 594 by Senators Bearden of the 30th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 4 of Article...
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 595 by Senator James of the 28th and others, a bill to be entitled...
Education and youth.
Senate Bill 596 by Senators Mangum of the 55th and others,
Education and youth.
Senate Bill 597 by Senators Mangum of the 55th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 6.
Education and youth.
Senate Bill 598 by Senators Mangum of the 55th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend...
Ethics.
Senate Bill 599 by Senators Anavitarte of the 31st and others, a bill to be
State and
entitled...
local government. General.
Senate Bill 600 by Senators Parks of the 7th and others, a bill to be entitled...
Ethics.
Senate Bill 601 by Senators Halpert of the 39th and others.
State and local government.
Senate Bill 602 by Senator Parks of the 7th and others, a bill to be...
Insurance and labor.
Senate Bill 603 by Senator Parks of the 7th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia.
Insurance and labor.
Senate Bill 604 by Senators Cowser of the 46th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to crimes and offenses so as to provide the Attorney General concurrent jurisdiction with district attorneys.
Committee on Investigations.
Senate Bill 605 by Senators Cowser of the 46th and others, a bill to be entitled...
Committee on Investigations.
Senate Bill 606 by Senators Cowser of the 46th...
Committee on Investigations.
Senate Bill 607 by Senators Cowser of the 46th...
Committee on Investigations.
Senate Resolution 868 by Senators Hatchett of the 50th and others, a resolution...
Transportation.
Senate Resolution 875 by Senators Cowser of the 46th and others, a
Committee
resolution...
on Investigations.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
First reading references the House bills.
House Bill 320 by Representatives Kelly of the 16th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part
Natural
1.
Resources.
House Bill 519 by Representative Stevens of the 164th and
Finance.
others. House Bill 634 by Representatives Barrett of the 24th and others, a bill to be entitled...
Education and youth.
House Bill 689 by Representatives Carpenter of the 4th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend
Government
Article...
oversight.
House Bill 792 by Representatives Montham of the 17th
Judiciary.
and House Bill 1001 by Representatives Wade of the 9th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7.
Finance.
House Bill 1024 by Representatives Hong of the 103rd and others.
Banking.
House Bill 1030 by Representatives Donatucci of the 105th and others.
Education and youth.
House Bill 1070 by Representative Hagan of the 156th.
Finance.
House Bill 1085 by Representatives Petra of the 166th and others.
Finance.
House Bill 1185 by Representative Stration of the 104th.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1259 by Representatives Dubnik of the 29th.
Education and youth.
House Bill 1277 by Representatives Barton of the 5th and others.
Transportation.
House Bill 1329 by Representative Steffens
Health
of
and
the
Human
1.
Services.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary reads reports of Standing Committee.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 551, do pass. Senate Bill 278, do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Goodman of the 8th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 306, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 465, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 498, do pass by substitute. House Bill 1199, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 552, do pass. Senate Bill 542, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 406, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted. Senator Strickland of the 42nd District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 565, do pass. Senate Bill 524, do pass by substitute. Senate Bill 473, do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers of the 56th District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 447, do pass by substitute. Senate Resolution 668, do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass of the 6th District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Government Operations has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 857, do pass. House Bill 1083, do pass. House Bill 1084, do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary, read bills and resolutions for the second time.
Senate Bill 216 by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others, Georgia Judicial Retirement System, membership in the system for individuals employed as the Director of the Prosecuting Attorneys Qualifications Commission, provide. Senate Bill 339 by Senator Orrock of the 36th and others, Employees Retirement System of Georgia, semi-annual post-retirement benefit adjustments for all beneficiaries, provide. Senate Bill 424 by Senator Harbin of the 16th and others, Transactional Gold and Silver Act, enact. Senate Bill 475 by Senator Kemp of the 38th and others, charter school funding, local boards of education to treat local charter schools no less favorably than other local schools. Expenditure of the proceeds of a special purpose local option sales tax require. Senate Bill 489 by Senator Goodman of the 8th and others. Board of Commissioners of the Judges of the Probate Courts Retirement Fund of Georgia, allowed to set monthly dues. Senate Bill 503 by Senator Harbin of the 16th and others. Insurance, rental home marketplace guarantees from the definition of property insurance, exempt. Senate Bill 523 by Senator Goodman of the 8th and others, education, public schools, and post-secondary educational institutions to consider anti-Semitism in the same manner as discrimination based on religion, authorize. Senate Bill 540 by Senator Anner Vitarte of the 31st and others. Online internet safety, certain disclosures related to controversial AI services require. Senate Resolution 624 by Senator Setzler of the 37th and others. Officer Drew Haynes Brown Memorial Intersection, Cobb County, dedicate. Senate Resolution 771 by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others. Senate Study Committee on Adoption and Permanency Affordability, create. Mr. President, that completes the order.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Recognize Senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, y'all. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senators from the 2nd, 7th, and 12th and 26th for business outside the Capitol.
Without objection, senators from the 2nd, 7th, 12th, and 26th will be excused. Any other motions to excuse? Any other motions? Secretary will call the roll. Senator, signify your presence by voting the yea switch. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 34th, for what purpose do you rise?
I'm waiting to talk to Hendricks to see what
Senator from the 34th, for what purpose do you rise?
so we gotta, she's emotional always.
The light's on.
I didn't rise.
You wave. It is now time for the morning devotion. All senators, please take your seats and cease all conversation. I would ask that the doorkeepers secure the chamber at this time. I now recognize a good senator from Rockdale County to introduce our pastor of the day and lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Senator?
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. We will do our pledges. First to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Georgia flag. Pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag, to the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation, and justice. I get the microphone today. Hallelujah. I am delighted to introduce to you the chaplain of the day. He is the Reverend Dr. Eric Wendell Lee, Sr. He has a litany of accomplishments and experiences from various disciplines and fields. A graduate of Morehouse College, Atlanta, Georgia, Pastor Lee earned a Bachelor's of Arts degree with honors in history and was thereafter deemed by Vanderbilt University Divinity School as their Kelly Smith Scholar. Deeply affected by the plight of the poor and the disinherited, Pastor Lee concentrated in ethics, religion, and society at Vanderbilt, receiving honors for his senior project. During this time, he served as a radio talk show host at Fisk University and labored with Nashville, the city government, in workforce development. Pastor Lee also worked as a professional child advocate in Indianapolis, Indiana, and in Atlanta, Georgia. Subsequent to receiving the Master of Divinity degree, Pastor Lee was ordained into the Christian ministry. Thereafter, he continued in the pursuit of the mark for the prize of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus via youth ministry, music ministry, and the preached word. In May of 1999, Pastor Lee was called to the senior pastorate of Springfield Baptist Church in Covington, Georgia. As a result of his proclaiming and explaining the gospel of Jesus Christ, his calling has contributed to an explosive era of church growth at Springfield. A third-generational pastor, Pastor Lee has boldly pursued the Lord and continues to navigate Springfield through the intricacies of God's vision for qualitative spiritual development and quantitative growth. Spiritual growth continues to be manifested at Springfield Baptist Church. Membership has grown exponentially from 162 members to over 10,000. Understanding the necessity of education and preparation, Pastor Lee returned to the academy as a Doctor of Ministry candidate in the Redemptive Leadership track at the Gordon Conwell Theological School and completed his doctoral studies in 2019. Pastor Lee and his beautiful wife, Meek Lee, are 2007 graduates of Leadership Georgia. In 2008, Pastor Lee was recognized by the Atlanta Business Chronicles as one of the Atlanta's 100 most influential pastors. I present to you the most capable, dynamic Pastor, Dr. Eric Wendell Lee, Sr.
To Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, and to our State Senator Tanya Anderson, and to this esteemed body, I greet you all in the name that is above every name, the name to which every knee shall bow and every tongue confess. I shall read for you from the Gospel of St. Mark, the 11th chapter, beginning at the 15th verse, these very familiar passages, this very familiar passage of Scripture, a very familiar event in the life of Jesus the Christ. The Bible says, when they arrived back in Jerusalem, Jesus entered the temple and began to drive out the people buying and selling animals for sacrifices. He knocked over the tables of the money changers and the chairs of those selling doves, and he stopped everyone from using the temple as a marketplace. He said to them, the scripture declare, My temple will be called a house of prayer for all nations, but you have turned it into a den of thieves. This is the season of examination, spiritual inventory, and self-discipline and sacrifice. I come to you today on the 8th day of the Lenten season 2026. It's when Christians are compelled to do introspection, to acknowledge that there are practices and ideas and even sin that restrict our intimacy with God, that compromise our communion with God. The Apostle Paul says that we go through Lent that I might know him, not only in the power of Christ's resurrection, but also in the fellowship of his sufferings. We walk with Christ during these 40 days, knowing that every day and every step leads us closer to the cross. So let a person examine themselves. Can you follow Christ at a time when it's inconvenient? Can you follow Christ when the consequences are the greatest? Lent is when we are compelled not just to make sacrifices, but to become sacrifices. Paul says, I beseech you therefore, brothers and sisters, by the mercies of God, that you become a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your expected or reasonable service. Lent is when Jesus takes his intensity and his intimacy to another level. There's a sense in which Jesus is running out of time. Yes, Jesus is compassionate, but Jesus is also cranky. The stakes are at their highest. It's this week when they're arguing about the greatest, and Jesus says, whoever wants to be the greatest has to come to me like a child. And if you're going to be the greatest of all, you have to be the servant of all. It's during this time that a would-be disciple wants to follow Jesus, but wants to say farewell to his family, and Jesus says, no one who puts their hand on the plow and looks back is worthy of the kingdom of heaven. It's this week when Jesus goes looking for figs on a fig tree, finds none, curses the fig tree, and the leaf and the tree shrivels and dies. He's compassionate, but he's also cranky. And it's Jesus in Mark 11 who went to the synagogue, turned over tables, cast people out, says, my house is to be a house of prayer. You've made it a den of thieves. In that moment, Jesus turns individual piety into the expectation of institutional piety. If individuals are examining themselves, then the institutions that they run ought to have the same values. If we claim to be Christians, then the institutions that we run ought to have some Christian value. Individual righteousness is compromised when our institutions are corrupt. When I was in seminary at Vanderbilt Divinity School in 1995, the Southern Baptist Convention apologized for slavery and the failure to support the civil rights movement on their 150th anniversary. The Catholic Church apologized in 1998 for their silence and their lack of decisive action during the Holocaust 50 years earlier. As I lead a Christian church in 2026, I'm compelled as a Christian leader to ask myself, are you neglecting, suffering, tolerating evil that you will one day have to apologize for in the future? Are you leading in such a way that your children or your children's children would have to apologize for what you tried to produce as Christian virtue. The state of Georgia, and I've done this about 6 times during my tenure as pastor, be the chaplain of the day. And it's interesting that Lent always coincides with lawmaking. I don't think it's a coincidence. Is there any evidence in our laws that we have gone through the season of Lent? Does our legislation reflect the love of Jesus Christ? As we stand at the precipice of a 250-year celebration of America, we have to remember that there have been days when America has had to apologize for its legislation. The 3/5 clause in the Constitution, the treatment of the original 33, Jim Crow laws, putting Japanese Americans in internment camps, the crime bill. What are we neglecting or tolerating today that could possibly shame our children or our grandchildren 5 years from now, 50 years from now? Some time ago in England, a senior legislator wrote a scathing editorial in a paper about a junior legislator. A few days later, he saw that junior legislator in the bathroom. He came up to him in the bathroom and said, "I want to take this opportunity to apologize to you." The junior legislator said, "Thank you. But for future reference, I would rather you insult me in the bathroom and apologize in the paper." Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for the day that Christ went into the temple and said that this is out of order. God, help us to find those places in our ideas, in our patterns of behavior that are not in order with you. And we will be so careful, God, to give your name all the glory, all the honor, and all the praise. Amen, amen, and amen. Good job. Thank you, sir. Good job. Let's take some pictures. Mm-hmm.
If I could have everyone's attention real quick, please. If I could have everyone's attention real quick. We got a legendary ball player standing behind me right here. A guy that if you grew up like I grew up, you saw him seemed like every night on TBS. You know, the Braves were playing all the time. So, Secretary, read the resolution for us.
Senate Resolution 837 by Senators Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others. A resolution recognizing February 26, 2026 as Dale Murphy Day and urging the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame Committee to induct Dale Murphy into the National Baseball Hall of Fame and for other purposes. Whereas Dale Murphy spent 14 of his 18 years in Major League Baseball with the Atlanta Braves, and he is only one of 11 players in baseball history to have played in 740 consecutive games. And whereas during his illustrious career, he twice received the National League Most Valuable Player Award, was a 4-time recipient of the Silver Slugger Award, and a 5-time Gold Glove Award winner, and was selected to the National League All-Star Team 7 times. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize February 26, 2026 as Dale Murphy Day and urge his induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. I would like to have everybody's attention real quick. I need everybody's attention. That means just kind of quiet down and listen. But it is an honor to have Dale Murphy here today. He was obviously, in my case and a lot of other people's cases here, he was kind of a childhood hero to all of us. He played 14 years with the Atlanta Braves. He was kind of on the cusp of everything that we now know as far as, you know, almost a 24-hour cycle of baseball and sports and everything else. And I can fondly remember going over to my grandmother's house. Didn't matter what time of day it was. It seemed like there was a Braves game on TBS, you know. And Dale was always the superstar that everybody cheered for because he played the game like it's supposed to be played. He played with a lot of heart, a lot of compassion, and a lot of class. And that's just what kind of person he is. And he and his lovely wife, Nancy, have 6 kids, did you tell me? 8 kids. Now get ready for this. 20 grandkids. They got 20 grandkids. He's got a minor league and major league team right there.
3 grandkids on the way, 3 on the way.
And then 3 on the way. Oh, wow. My goodness. We got to start us a club league here. So, but at any rate, we're so glad to have him here today, and just an honor to have him, and honored for the big moment he has coming up for the Hall of Fame. And to introduce him properly is our senator from the 32nd. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. It's an honor to recognize February 26, 2026 as Dale Murphy Day in Georgia. Mr. Murphy, who joins us today, spent 14 of his 18 years in Major League Baseball with the Atlanta Braves and is one of only 11 players to have played in 740 consecutive games. During his career, he was a 2-time National League Most Valuable Player, a 7-time All-Star, a 4-time Silver Slugger recipient, and a 5-time Gold Glove winner. His career statistics include a .296 batting average, 2,111 hits, 398 home runs, and 1,266 RBIs. But he also earned distinction off the field through his consistent support of numerous charities, including the Dale Murphy Foundation, to support foster children through youth baseball, and by setting an example as a faithful husband and father. Dale was a hero to millions of children, including many in this room, and often the last player to leave the field, ensuring that they all received an autograph. Today, we honor his outstanding career representing our home team and urge that he be inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. With that, I give you Dale Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Lieutenant Governor Jones, Senator Kirkpatrick, and distinguished members of this body, thank you for this incredible honor. The support I felt from Georgians over the years, and especially with all the talk about the Hall of Fame, has been incredibly humbling to Nancy and I. The effort that germinated here in Georgia on my behalf to get into the Hall of Fame this past year didn't work this year, but I'll be eligible again in 3 years, and so we're going to give it another whirl. I wish my wife Nancy could be here with me today for so many reasons. She helped me get through my career. She said I knew I was in a slump when I went to her for batting suggestions. She goes, Dale, maybe you should talk to your hitting coach. I go, you've seen me hit more than he has. I wouldn't have had the career I had without Nancy, and more importantly, I wouldn't have the beautiful family that we have now. We have 8 amazing kids, 20 amazing grandkids, and I'm so thankful that Nancy, through the ups and downs of professional baseball, helped me keep things in perspective of those things that were most important. I had a lot of memories driving up here this morning from Fayetteville. My son Jake and his wife Ari and their 4 kids live in Fayetteville now. I passed the site of Old Fulton County Stadium. So many memories, and I'm so thankful for that. We spend about 7 months of the year out west in Utah and 5 months of the year here. We still have a lot of things going on here. Ever since I retired until our children left our house, every Christmas morning, wherever we were, we would have a Southern breakfast to remind us of the days of being here in Atlanta and all of the good friends and Southern hospitality that they extended to Nancy and I and our kids. The Braves, a little over 50 years ago, took a chance on a skinny high school kid from Portland, Oregon, and I'll be forever grateful for the chance to play for the Atlanta Braves. But we have a Southern breakfast, and we still do it once in a while, but we did it every year, as I said, until our last child left the house. We'd have biscuits, country ham, grits, hash browns smothered and covered, and whenever and maybe a Coca-Cola every once in a while. But all our kids were born here, either at Piedmont or Northside. A couple were born at Northside, the rest at Piedmont Hospital, and this is home to the Murphy family. Our kids, when they come back and visit, they say something special about this place, and we say, yes, there is. This is a special place in our heart. And again, Nancy and I are so, I might mention, now that I can get Vidalia onions anywhere in the country, whenever I see one, I grab a couple. I just wanted to say thank you very much again. I could go on and on about all the thoughts and the memories I have, but I just wanted to tell you, on behalf of Nancy and I and the Murphy family, we thank you for this incredible, incredible honor. I want to wish you all the best. Good luck to you and all the serious work you have to do. I'll let you get back at it. And one more thing, go Braves. Thank you very much.
If anybody was wondering, it is Law Enforcement Day today, and we're glad to have all our men and women from a lot of different, yeah, clap. I see you up there wanting to clap, clap. Many men and women from all over the state and a lot of different divisions of law enforcement are here today, and we greatly appreciate each and every one of them for being here today. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 739 by Senators Robertson of the 29th and others, a resolution recognizing February 26, 2026 as Law Enforcement Appreciation Day at the state capitol and commending law enforcement officers in Georgia and for other purposes. Whereas law enforcement agencies provide police services in the state of Georgia that are aimed at achieving more effective and efficient crime control, a reduced fear of crime, an improved quality of life, and an improved police legitimacy through a proactive reliance on community resources that seek to minimize crime-causing conditions and ensures that all Georgia citizens are served in a professional, ethical, and equitable manner by establishing strong commitments with all segments of society based on trust and positive professional relationships. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize February 26, 2026 as Law Enforcement Appreciation Day at the state capitol and commend law enforcement officers in Georgia for protecting our communities and for putting their lives on the line every day. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. If I could get everybody's attention real quick. We definitely want to recognize these fine folks behind us right here, and to introduce us and speak to the resolution, I've got my senator from the 29th who is he doesn't just talk about being about law enforcement. He's a retired major from the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office of 31 years. And so he's lived and breathed it. And I can tell you right now, he is somebody that has your back in everything that he does down here in the State Senate and the General Assembly. So I'd like to recognize Senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for being here. My brothers and sisters in the balconies, thank you all so much for taking your time and showing up. I'm here with some special guests today that are the best at representing law enforcement. I have Ms. Charlene Hurd, who is the president of the Fulton County FOP Lodge. Carlton Stallings, retired Georgia State Trooper, who is a past state president and past national trustee with the Georgia Fraternal Order Police. Homer Bryson, who takes care of the pensions through the Peace Officers Annuity and Benefit Fund, which has no state tax dollars in it. He takes care of us each and every day. Chris Moore, who's an executive director on the state FOP board and manages all legislative matters for the Fraternal Order Police, and three very important members of the First Responder Caucus here in the state Senate, Senator Tim Bearden, Senator Chuck Payne, and Chairman John Albers. We always stick together and stand up for each other. And to give a brief statement, I would like to ask past State President Carlton Stallings to step forward.
All right.
Thank you very much, Senator Robertson, and thank this body for recognizing law enforcement, our brave men and women, and the job they do out here every day making our communities safe. As I heard one of the speakers say this morning, nothing works without public safety, and that is true. I have an election going on back home where I'm at now, and anytime someone walks up to me and asks me for their vote, the first question I ask them is, what's the most important function of government? And unless they say public safety, I move on to the next candidate, because that is what it is. We're lucky here in Georgia. I have traveled this nation for 20 years talking to other states about law enforcement issues, and we're lucky in Georgia to have the support we have from our governor, our lieutenant governor, our Senate, and our House. We have really great support for law enforcement, and continue that support. Recruitment is picking up. We're getting more and more officers. We're getting salaries up and up, but don't forget about them when they retire. That's very important too. Money and gets them into the job. What keeps them into the job is benefits and retirements. That has to be good. You will see some legislation this time concerning that. Please give it its due attention, and we need your support for our retired law enforcement officers, if you would. Again, I accept this on behalf of the men and women of law enforcement. Thank you for what you do. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
We'd like to recognize our Doctor of the Day today. They're making their way up here. And to introduce our Doctor of the Day, I recognize the Senator from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce our Doctor of the Day, Dr. Natasha Savage. She's a true Augusta lady, having graduated from A.R. Johnson Health Professional High School, one of the first health magnet schools in the state of Georgia. From there, she became a top honor graduate at the University of Georgia. She also completed her residency at MCG in 2011, and she's been on the faculty of MCG since 2012 and serves as the Senior Associate Dean of Graduate Medical Education for MCG. And we also have MCG students here today, too, and so today is a fitting day to have her as Doctor of the Day. My pleasure to introduce our Doctor of the Day, Dr. Natasha Savage.
Thank you, everybody, for having me today. As already stated, I'm an Augusta, Georgia native, born and raised. I completed medical school as well as residency at the Medical College of Georgia, and now I'm a professor of pathology at the medical school. Essentially, I do hematopathology, which is taking care of patients with leukemia and lymphoma and other blood disorders such as sickle cell disease. But I was appointed to the Senior Associate Dean role of Graduate Medical Education in 2021, and that's where I oversee all the residency and fellowship programs at the Medical College of Georgia, which is the second largest sponsoring institution for graduate medical education in the state of Georgia. We have over 50 ACGME accredited programs. As a matter of fact, when I was standing on the Senate floor, I found out that we received accreditation for our 52nd program, which is vascular surgery. So we're very excited about that. And we thank the legislators for their significant support of the physician workforce, including graduate medical education, research for our physicians, et cetera. So thank you for having me today. It's a blessing to serve as Doctor of the Day and a blessing to meet all of you.
All right, Senators, I have a special guest with us today, or guest with us today, that I want to recognize. The Secretary will read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 651 by Senators Walker III of the 20th and others. A resolution recognizing and commending the 2025-2026 4-H leadership teams and award recipients and for other purposes. Whereas 4-H members consistently demonstrate the ability and leadership necessary to be champions and serve as outstanding representatives and officers of the young people of Georgia. And whereas Robert Thomas of Putnam County serves with distinction and dedication as State 4-H President. And whereas Melanie Beersmith of the University of Georgia Cooperative Extension has worked diligently as State 4-H Leader, Director of 4-H. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Robert Thomas, State 4-H President, Melanie Beersmith, State 4-H Leader and Director of 4-H, and the 25 to 2026 4-H District Presidents, 2025 National 4-H Conference Delegates, 2025 Leadership and Action Winners, 2025 Dean's Award winners, 2025 William H. Booth Award honoree, 2025 Rouse Rising Star Award recipient, 2025 Volunteer of the Year, and 2025 Outstanding Lifetime Volunteer Award recipient for their numerous accomplishments. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Do it. Colleagues, I'm excited to recognize 4-H and their leadership teams here today. For generations, 4-H has helped shape the character, leadership, service, and service mindset of youth across our state. Through hands-on and civic engagement, these young people are gaining the skills they need to succeed and to give back to their communities. I was privileged to go to the 2026 Georgia Junior National Livestock Show, which happened to be in Perry at the Georgia National Fairgrounds this past weekend. There were thousands of livestock there, thousands of children and family. It was a lot of 4-H'ers there, a lot of FFA kids. but I was so proud of the young people showing their livestock and what they learned through that. And I picked up this, what I'll call a premium book, the program for the National Livestock Show. I was flipping through it, and guess what? On page 21, it lists the Champion Market Hog Show winners. And in 1977, it says Larry Walker won the Georgia National Livestock Show. So I was 11 years old. I was a 4-H'er, and I will commend to you, were it not for 4-H and all the discipline and business and things I learned in 4-H, public speaking, and character development, maybe I wouldn't even be in the Senate today. So I really appreciate what 4-H can do to build our future leaders here. So I'm honored to welcome the leadership team from 4-H, representatives from the University of Georgia Cooperative Extension, who make this program possible in every corner of our state, in your districts. I've got on the rostrum with me Robert Smith, who is the Georgia 4-H president. Hey, Robert. Melanie Beersmith, who's the Georgia 4-H state leader. Michael Towles, Associate Dean of UGA Extension. Jackie Nunn, Putnam County 4-H agent. And Kelly Ashley, Extension 4-H Leadership and Civic Engagement. So please join me in welcoming Georgia 4-H to the Senate and thanking them for the bright future that they represent for our great state. And I'm going to let Robert say a few words, their state president.
Putnam County's fine. I love it.
Lieutenant Governor Jones, Majority Leader Anna Vitarde, Minority Leader Jones, honorable ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, 4-H'ers and staff, good morning. I'm Robert Thomas, an 11th grade student at Putnam County High School. I'm beyond grateful to serve as this year's State 4-H President and speak to you on behalf of over 200,000 4-H'ers across Georgia. In the 4th grade, I began my 4-H journey by competing in Cloverleaf Project Achievement, delivering a speech on the basics of fishing. From then on, 4-H grew into something far more meaningful to me. Through this program, I strengthened my love for agriculture, health and wellness, and STEM, while developing my skills in public speaking. The success of Georgia 4-H wouldn't be possible without the hard work of volunteers, county agents, and other adult leaders who impact and inspire youth across our state. On behalf of the University of Georgia College of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences, Cooperative Extension, and all 4-H members, thank you for your unwavering support of a program committed to making the best better for tomorrow. Thank you.
We have more special guests with us today that we would like to recognize. The Secretary will read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 585 by Senator James the 28th and others, a resolution honoring Booker T. Washington and for other purposes. Whereas, born a slave in 1856, Booker T. Washington was a visionary educator, leader, and advocate for African American advancement who made enduring contributions to the state of Georgia and the nation through his tireless work in education, civil rights, and economic empowerment. And whereas, Booker T. Washington traveled with Georgia leaders to Washington, D.C. to advocate for legislative support for the Atlanta Exposition. And whereas he founded the National Business League in 1900, an organization that continues to empower black entrepreneurs and recently celebrated its 125th anniversary in Atlanta, affirming his legacy of economic uplift. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body honor and uplift the legacy of Booker T. Washington. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. I would like to call on the senator from the 28th District for the purpose of introducing our special guest.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Come on up, y'all. Hey. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm so honored today because today is not just Black History Day, it's the last few days actually, but it's Booker T. Washington Day at the Capitol. Booker T. Washington was a visionary educator, leader, and advocate for African American advancement, who made enduring contributions to the state of Georgia and the nation through his tireless work in education, civil rights, and economic empowerment. Born into enslavement and freed at the close of the Civil War, Booker T. Washington pursued knowledge with unwavering determination, even walking 500 miles to attend the Hampton Institute in Virginia, a school for formerly enslaved people. In 1895, Booker T. Washington traveled with Georgia leaders to Washington, D.C. to advocate for legislative support for the Atlanta Exhibition and successfully pursued President Grover Cleveland to spend 1 hour touring the Negro Building, thereby elevating national awareness of the African American craftsmanship and achievements. Demonstrating his deep commitment in education in Georgia, he personally contributed $1,000 toward the desegregation of schools in Augusta, Georgia. He was inspiring the name of Booker T. Washington High School as a lasting tribute to his belief in opportunity through learning. And it was not just in Augusta, but in Atlanta, and it still stands. In fact, it was the first African American high school in Atlanta, Georgia, and it's still there, strong. And my mother and father both graduated from Booker T. Washington High School. He was just an amazing person. And I have people who attended Tuskegee. Where's Senator Lucas? Oh, here you are. And he tells us everything about anything my mom and dad didn't tell me, he tells me, because they went to Tuskegee also. Also, I have Senator Gail Davenport. I have Senator Randall Mangum, a whole lot of senators down there that I can't see, the Dean of the Senate, Harbison, and others. But more than anything else, we have descendants, direct descendants of Booker T. Washington. We're on, yes, standing here with us. So I'm honored to present to you Dr. Erica Washington McDonald, the great granddaughter Also, Douglas Morris, great-great-grandson of Booker T. Washington. Oh, hey, Charles. And I have John Washington, great-great-grandson, Noah Washington, great-great-grandson, Brian Telefaro McDonald, great-great-grandson, and some of the, related by marriage, attorney Charles S. Johnson III, and his wife, Sandra Rose Johnson, also attorney Christopher L. Johnson. He's the, where are you? Okay, and he's the son of Judge Glenda Hatchett and Charles Johnson. And the list goes on with all of the great people that we have standing here today. Raise your hands. I see so many. I don't know your name. I'm sorry, I don't have the names in front of me. But we are honored, Mr. President, to have Booker T. Washington Day at the Capitol today. Every day is Black History Day, so you're going to be hearing from us more and more. And so thank you, everyone. Let Ms. McDonald come up. Dr. Rice. Dr. Rice, come up real. Can you tell them who you are and what, he's the, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. I serve as Chief Operating Officer and VP of Student Affairs at Tuskegee University. And I've been asked to say just a few words, and I'll keep it very brief. Let me thank Senator and everyone in this august body for allowing us to be here today, because 131 years ago, on September 17, 1895, our founding principal, Booker T. Washington, extended the proverbial olive branch to Southerners who may have doubted what 8 million former slaves could present to the economy. With this speech, Washington formally became the leader and spokesman of Black America with the passage of Frederick Douglass. I'll end on this note. Today, on behalf of the descendants who are with me, our Board of Trustee members, Senator James, thank you, our President Dr. Mark A. Brown, for recognizing Washington not just for lifting as he climbed, but also lifting the veil of ignorance. Thank you so very much for having us.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Oh, we have some people in the, up in the gallery. Will you please stand? Who is with us today? There you are. Thank you so much for coming. We're going to celebrate today. Thank you.
We have more special guests with us today that we'd like to recognize. The Senate Secretary will read a resolution.
Senate Resolution 683 by Senators Halpern of the 39th and others, a resolution congratulating and commending the United Service Organizations and for other purposes. Whereas the United Service Organizations will be celebrating the 85th anniversary of its founding on February 4th, 2026. And whereas in the state of Georgia, the USO provides programs, services, and expeditionary support at Fort Benning, Fort Stewart, Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, the Georgia National Guard, and outreach to all military installations in Georgia to include Fort Gordon, Robins Air Force Base, Dobbins Air Force Base, Moody Air Force Base, Albany Marine Corps Logistics, Kings Bay Naval Submarine Base, and Hunter Army Airfield. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body congratulate the United Service Organizations for 85 years of dedicated service, commend it for its many outstanding contributions on behalf of the citizens of Georgia, and extend best wishes for its continued growth, development, and success. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. I would like to call on the senator from the 39th District for the purpose of introducing our special guest.
Good morning. For 85 years, the USO has served as a bridge between the American people and the men and women who wear our nation's uniform. Since 1941, in times of war and in times of peace, the USO has been offering comfort, a moment of encouragement, and a reminder of home wherever duty calls. Right here in Georgia, we see that mission in action every day across our military installations and at the USO Center inside Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, where traveling service members and military families are welcomed with warmth, hospitality, and care in one of the busiest airports in the world, or the busiest airport in the world. Anniversaries invite us to reflect, but they also invite us to recommit. And today we honor that spirit of service and gratitude that continues to unite communities across this country. I'm honored to be joined this morning by many of our chamber's own service members and Susan Cahoon, USO chairwoman, and her colleagues representing the board, officers, and supporters of the USO. Susan, thank you for your leadership here in the state of Georgia. And colleagues, please join me in welcoming her to say a few words.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to have an opportunity to speak to this distinguished group. We particularly thank the senators who sponsored the resolution and the prompt concurrence in it with which we saw you act today. It is 85 years ago that the USO was founded. It was because President Franklin Roosevelt recognized a need for the public to help show their support for the men and women who were serving during the darkest hours of World War II. While we were founded as a governmental adjunct, today we are completely a nonprofit 501c3 charity supported by the monetary and time commitments of countless thousands of citizens across the United States and companies that have generously supported us, including many based here in Georgia. You heard a bit about the kinds of things we do, but just to take a second, I want to point out some of the people who helped me as the chair do it, who are here today on the dais. We've had the longest serving USO salaried professional. There are some pros and staffers, and we have her, Mary Lou Austin, who's here with me. We have as two of our volunteer board members, both General Ellis, a four-star retired general who couldn't be with us today, and his wonderful wife, Jean, also a board member who is with us today. And my predecessor, retired Major General Wessels, who was the chair of this organization, is here. And the handsome gentleman in uniform back there is one of our constituents with whom we've had a lot of opportunity to liaise, Chief Warrant Officer Franklin of the Georgia National Guard. And when you think of USO, you often think of the USO centers, of which we have one of the greatest anywhere with what we have at the airport and the huge volume of traffic. lost soldier spouses with little kids who need attending, you name it, the crises we've dealt with. We deal with the recruits when they're first getting their first leave opportunity, and they come back from basic training having gone from sort of slouchy long hairs to short-haired young men who are saying, yes ma'am, no ma'am, and looking very responsible. And they are wonderful to see them, and it's great to have that opportunity. We also help in sadder times with the return of remains of those who are lost abroad and the dignified return of remains. We do other things that you may not realize apart from physical locations like our centers here in Georgia, down at Fort Stewart and on the airport base. We actually have mobile units. They go to some of the other military facilities within the state, and they often are working with the Georgia National Guard, because as I think this chamber will recognize, the Georgia Guard isn't just a group that sometimes, and in fact some would say all too often, gets drawn upon for our missions abroad. And when they do that, there are USO volunteers out there saying goodbye, giving them goodbye packages, and they're there waiting for them at the airport and saying hello, welcome back, thank you for your service when they return. But the Guard does countless other missions within this state. When you have a natural disaster, for example, they're the first people on the scene helping the local volunteers clear out the debris from the hurricane, try to get the water to people. And our wagon with our volunteers are down there. They're bringing fresh water in also. They've got some snacks. They've got something that lets them know, these guardsmen who are giving their time, and guardswomen, that we are there. We still have your backs. And the USO is still trying to fulfill the mission that FDR envisioned when we were first created at a government level, even today as a purely volunteer organization dependent upon local community support, both from individuals who volunteer their time, from individuals who give, and from corporations who support us, both through making time available for groups to come and be volunteers at our centers, or who make corporate contributions. So we thank you for recognizing us on our 85th anniversary, and we look forward to 85 years from now still having a USO that's there to support those who serve us. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 9th for a point of personal privilege.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. Today we celebrate Heritage Week with the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus, and this will end our month with our annual Heritage Gala, which will be tomorrow night. And I rise with deep gratitude and reflection today. Many of us are wearing African attire to honor our ancestors, but the truth is, our presence in this chamber itself is a testament to their struggle and their triumph, and why many of us can be here to serve today. Because there was a time in this country when simply being black meant that you could not be considered an American at all. A time when the law said we had no rights. The nation wasn't even bound to respect those rights. It was a time when our ancestors were brought here by force, stripped of freedom, stripped of identity, and told they would never belong. That history is not abstract. It is documented in decisions like Dred Scott, where the Supreme Court declared that black people could never be citizens. And yet, generations later, here we stand, natural-born citizens, full rights, full voices, full responsibility to protect the freedoms our ancestors were denied. That's why even now, when we debate policies around immigration and belonging, the echoes of that past still resonate. When we see proposals that treat people seeking opportunity as threats, or policies that mirror the exclusion our own community once faced, we are reminded that the struggle for dignity, recognition, and ancient history, struggle for dignity, recognition is not ancient history, it is a living history. So as we celebrate our heritage this week, let us remember the journey that brought us here. Let us honor our foremothers and our forefathers who endured oppression so that their children, us, and their children's children could stand in places just like this Senate chamber, shaping laws instead of being denied protection. And I personally stand here because Black legislators before me fought for the right to serve, the right to speak, and to lead. I carry that legacy with me every time I rise to this body. My Black colleagues carry it, and together we honor them not only with our attire today, but with our commitment to justice, to equity, and the full humanity of every person who calls Georgia home. With that, Mr. President, I yield the will.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 23rd for appointed personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm honored to welcome Augusta University students to the Capitol today. AU is the medical healthcare professional university in Georgia with over 12,000 students, with over 8 campuses statewide. I want you to understand, AU is healthcare for Georgia. We have with us today President Russell Keene, his wife Karen. I want to especially welcome John Blaylock, president of the student body at Augusta University, and his colleagues. But as you see AU students here today, please welcome them. Tell them how proud we are of them and how much we want them to gain a quality education and continue to serve the people of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Thank you, Senator. We're mighty proud of AU for sure. Chair recognizes the senator from the 22nd for appointed personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we are honored to recognize 41 veterans from across the greater Augusta area representing an incredible 907 years of combined military service to the United States of America. These men and women served during critical periods in our nation's history, including Vietnam, the Cold War, Desert Storm, Operation Iraqi Freedom, and Operation Enduring Freedom. Among them are 4 members of the Women's Army Corps, 18 combat veterans, 4 military spouses, and 1 Gold Star family member, reminding us that service and sacrifice extend far beyond the battlefield. This distinguished group includes recipients of some of our nation's highest military honors: 1 Medal of Honor, 6 Bronze Stars, and 1 Purple Heart, representing extraordinary courage and sacrifice. Their commitment to service continues today through organizations such as the VFW, American Legion, DAV, Patriot Guard Riders, and the Purple Heart Association. On behalf of a grateful community and nation and the Georgia State Senate, we thank each of you for your service, your sacrifice, and your continued leadership. And we have those folks today in the gallery, Mr. President. Please help me welcome them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 50th for appointed personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. As you're aware, today is Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, and we get to recognize those heroes. And it's a distinct honor for me to recognize a hero who is in the chamber with us today from the Clarksville Police Department, Officer Terry Palmer. On September 7th, 2024, Officer Palmer responded to a welfare check at an apartment complex, and it involved an individual who had made suicidal threats, who was later reported by neighbors to be armed, and it placed the situation at an elevated and imminent level of danger. As the incident escalated and assisting officers conducted a coordinated search of the area, Officer Palmer maintained his position near the front entrance of the apartment and observed an armed subject who was carrying an AR-15 style rifle and was stealthily approaching 4 officers from behind who were unaware of the imminent threat. Demonstrating exceptional courage, decisive judgment, and presence of mind, Officer Palmer immediately advanced toward the armed subject, issued verbal commands, and engaged the individual when he raised his rifle, temporarily halting the subject's advance and preventing an ambush. During the ensuing exchange of gunfire, Officer Palmer recognized the danger posed by crossfire to himself and an assisting deputy. While moving to cover, he physically pulled another deputy to safety by their ballistic vest, shielding both officers behind the structure of the apartment building before transitioning to life-saving measures once the subject was incapacitated. Officer Palmer's conduct during this incident stands as a testament to his commitment to the protection of others despite great personal risk, and exemplifies the highest ideals of courage, selflessness, and composure under fire. We will be voting on a resolution to honor him shortly, and it is abundantly fitting and proper that gratitude is expressed for the unique and often unheralded contributions of local law enforcement professionals on behalf of the citizens of this state. If you have the opportunity to meet Officer Palmer, he is here today with us. We just want to thank you for your service, putting your life above others, and it's an honor to honor you and show recognition to you today. So thank you for being here. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 40th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I rise to recognize Reproductive Justice Advocacy Day at the Capitol and welcome the advocates joining us in the gallery. Can you please stand and be recognized? It has now been 7 years since Georgia's abortion ban was passed, and there have been serious unintended consequences, especially for women who actually wanted their pregnancies. One woman had a serious heart condition. Continuing her pregnancy was medically dangerous, and ending the pregnancy early was important to protect her life and long-term health. But she was taking blood thinners, and to safely have the procedure, she needed to taper off the medication slowly and switch to another. That process took time that her doctor said was medically necessary, but by the time she was ready, she had passed Georgia's 6-week cutoff and could no longer get care here at home. Another woman was pregnant with twins when she learned that one twin had a severe abnormality that threatened her own health and that of her healthy twin. She was told that a selective reduction was not allowed in Georgia, so she had to go out of state. It took time to find a doctor, to arrange travel, to schedule appointments. By the time she finally received care, about 5 weeks later, she had developed sepsis, a life-threatening condition. These are just 2 stories. There are more, plenty more, and you actually have them shared with you today in your mailboxes. These are women who wanted their pregnancies, women who needed medical care and couldn't get it when they needed it. What these stories tell us is simple. One size does not fit all, and every pregnancy is different. Every woman's medical situation is different, and doctors need the freedom to care for their patients without worrying about losing their license or worse, going to jail. Colleagues, I urge you to listen to the advocates who are here today, because behind every policy debate are real Georgia families whose lives depend on the decisions that we make here. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 32nd for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here to recognize a special constituent from Cherokee County who's here today with the 4-H group, and she's standing over there in the chamber. You can see her beautiful face. This is McKenna Baskett, and she was crowned this year Royal International Miss Preteen 2025-2026 in Orlando, Florida. She's also the founder of Just Look Around, which promotes STEAM education. She's a Girl Scout, and she also volunteers supporting the Cherokee Homeless Veterans Association and the Live Safe Domestic Violence Shelter. We are so proud of McKenna, and we are so happy to welcome her to the Senate.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 55th for a point of personal privilege.
Ladies and gentlemen, I rise this morning because I think it's very important. I made some comments yesterday, and in my effort to detail how utterly ridiculous the public policy of expending $45 billion on concentration camps for immigrants, some may view my comments to use the $45 billion to fly immigrants out of this country as more than rhetorical hyperbole. Let me clarify this very thing. Yes, let me be very clear. I stand against expending the $45 billion to build detention concentration camps, especially here in Georgia, when we have a public policy from an administration who wants to abolish education, who will not expand Medicare, who will not play fair in the world community. Do not confuse my commitment to the least, the lost, and the left out. While some would welcome a certain hue and fly them into this country because they are a certain color, even those from South Africa, those of a Nordic persuasion, those that have a certain hue but reject others, let me be clear. I stand with the least, the lost, and the left out. I stand with that initial greatness of America that says, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send them here, the homeless, the tempest-tossed, to me, to America. We welcome those that seek opportunity. That is our greatness. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. That is what is on the Statue of Liberty. That is what we stand for, and we must always be willing to stand for those that cannot speak for themselves. I urge my colleagues to not cooperate with those that are against the least, the lost, and the left out. We must stand with our immigrants. We must stand with our undocumented, and we must stand with all those that are misused and abused for finances. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 21st for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate colleagues, friends, and fellow Georgians. Today, in honor of Black History Month, I rise to honor the life and legacy of General Colin Powell, a soldier, a statesman, and a servant leader whose life reflects the very best of the American spirit. Born to Jamaican immigrant parents in the Bronx, Colin Powell understood early the value of hard work, discipline, and faith. Through determination and quiet resolve, he rose from modest beginnings to become a four-star general, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and later the 65th Secretary of State of the United States. His journey was not simply historic, it was emblematic of what is possible in this nation when character meets opportunity. General Powell served our country in uniform for 35 years. As chairman of the Joint Chiefs during Operation Desert Storm, he helped lead one of the most decisive and strategically successful military operations in modern history. Yet those who served with him often speak not of his battlefield achievements, but of his steady leadership, his clarity of thought, and his deep concern for the men and women under his command. He believed leadership was not about rank or title, but about responsibility. He often said, the day soldiers stop bringing you their problems is the day you stop leading them. That philosophy defined him. He listened, he mentored, he built consensus. He understood that strength and humility are not opposites, they're partners. As Secretary of State, he once again broke barriers, becoming the first African American to serve in that role. In doing so, he demonstrated to millions of Americans, including young people across Georgia and this nation, that public service is a noble calling open to all. But perhaps what stands out most about Colin Powell was his integrity. In an era of division and partisanship, he carried himself with dignity and independence. He placed country above party and principle above politics. Whether one agreed with every decision he made or not, there was little doubt that his motivation was always service to the United States of America. For those of us who serve in elected office, General Powell's life is both an inspiration and a challenge. He reminds us that leadership demands courage. not just on the battlefield, but in the arena of ideas. It requires accountability. It requires humility. And above all, it requires a commitment to something larger than ourselves. As a state senator for Georgia, I believe it is fitting that we remember leaders like Colin Powell. In honoring him, we reaffirm the values he embodied: service, duty, respect, and love of country. General Powell once said, "A dream doesn't become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work." His life proved those words true. May we strive to serve with the same steadiness of character. May we lead with the same strength tempered by humility. And may we never forget that public service, at its best, is an act of honor. Thank you. Mr. President, I yield the will.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 17th for a point of personal privilege. Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise briefly today to recognize a group, the Georgia Federation of the Blind and Mr. MacArthur Jarrett. We have two bills that we're advocating for: SB 133, which is the Blind Persons Bill, Literacy Rights and Education Act, and the other one is a Senate Bill 222, which is creating a commission for the blind and the visually impaired. And to create this commission, we want the blind and visually impaired to know that we support them, and we're going to do all we can to help them create a commission for them to make the quality of life better for them, and also for the Braille Bill so that children will be able to use this. So today we recognize you, and let me just say that over the years, the state troopers have been very good here at the Capitol for them. They help them maneuver throughout this building, and they are very, very appreciative. But in the Georgia State Senate, we want the blind and the visually impaired to know that we support them. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Chair recognizes our Rules Chairman for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. President. Today I rise to honor the death of a great man, a great mentor, my uncle, Darvin Eason. We laid him to rest a week ago today. Uncle Darvin was born in 1939 in Scriven, Georgia, and grew up, went on to university, well, he went on to ABAC, went on to University of Georgia, and went on and built several successful businesses in ag, became one of the greatest peanut advocates in our state. Was chairman of the board of directors for the Agribusiness Council, was president of the Georgia Peanut Producers Association, and he was chairman of the board for the South Central Georgia Gin Company. He owned Lennox Ag there in Cook County. He owned multiple cotton gins, was a great man. And one of my favorite stories of Uncle Darvin was when I got hired by Congressman Lynn Westmoreland. This was back in 2011, and Uncle Darvin at that time was on the Georgia Agribusiness Council, and he called me up and he said, Agribusiness Council's going up to D.C., and you're going with us, and you can't say no. And so I agreed to go. So Brian Toller, myself, Uncle Darvin, several others, Ward Black, Commissioner Black's son, several others went up to D.C. for a fly-in. And we went and we visited with, one of our first meetings was with Senator Isaacson. And in that meeting, we're going around the room introducing ourselves, who we were, what we did, and Senator Isaacson got to me. I said, I'm Matt Brass from Noonan, Georgia. And Senator Isaacson said, well, oh, and as soon as I say that, Uncle Darvin yells out, he's my nephew. And, and I look back, and he's just grinning with pride. And then Senator Isaacson kind of looked at Uncle Darvin, who he knew, and he smiled. And then he looked back at me, and he said, well, are you related to Rob Brass from Noonan, Georgia? And Uncle Darvin yells out, he's my nephew too. And again, he was just so proud of his nephews and what we had gone on to do. Well, fast forward, our last meeting of the day was with Congressman Sanford Bishop. Now, Congressman Bishop being from the other party, I did not want him to think I was in there from the Republican side spying on him. So I was going to skip that meeting. Well, we were running late on all our meetings, and we were going to have to fly. We were going to have to catch a taxi together and get to the airport, and we weren't going to have time for me to disappear and then come back. So I said, all right, well, look, I'm going to go to the meeting. We're not going to tell him who I work for. I'm just going to be Matt Brass. I'm going to be Uncle Darvin's nephew. Well, Uncle Darvin said, well, we may not want to tell him that. Your Aunt Nancy, we picked him up. He was going to be our keynote speaker at an event, and your Aunt Nancy yelled at him from the whole time we picked him up from the airport all the way to the event. I said, all right, well, I won't be your nephew. I'll just be Matt. So we go on into the meeting, and we're going around the room introducing ourselves, and it got to me, and I quickly said I'm who I was and where I was from, and then I looked to Ward Black or Brian Toller to my left, and when I did that, well, Congressman Bishop politely said, and son, what do you do? Well, I couldn't lie, so I said, Congressman, I work for Congressman Westmoreland. And as soon as I said that, Uncle Darvin yelled out, and he's my nephew. So again, the man's just full of pride for his family. He was proud of things that he had built, things that he grew, whether it was a crop, whether it was a business, whether it was a person. He was just so proud of that, and I was proud to know him and love the man to death. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Senator from the 6th, I love the way you held the resolution over the lights. That was clever, very clever, very clever. Thank you very much. All right, Chair recognizes the Senator from the 18th for a point of personal privilege. Oh, did the Senator from the 18th find his way to the Capitol today? All right, he waves. Chair recognizes the Senator from the 24th for a point of personal privilege. Senator from the 24th, our esteemed Natural Resources Chair, Senator from the 24th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you.
All right, Senate will come to order.
Mr. President, I come today to the well to recognize a lady, a very special lady. I met this lady back in 1975, the summer of 1975. A few years later, in 1981, July the 18th, she went down the aisle and married this tall, slender, handsome man.
Later on in life, she had 2 beautiful children. Later on in life, she retired as a principal, had a doctor's degree in education, retired from Columbia County School System. She lives on 160 Louisville Road, Grovetown, Georgia. She also has 6 beautiful grandchildren. And Mr. President, I'm here to tell you today that used to be tall, slender, handsome man has the honor to live with her. And dear Heavenly, and let me tell y'all something. Life is good. But today, Mr. President, I like to wish my wife happy birthday. Thank you.
Good job, Senator. That'll maybe get you a kitchen pass for a few minutes. Chair recognizes the senator from the 27th for a point of personal privilege.
Mr. President, we now have confirmation for what we always thought was true, and that is that District Attorney Fani Willis coordinated with the White House, the Department of Justice, and the Jan 6 Committee in her attempt to commit lawfare against President Trump. After fighting open records requests like her office often does, she finally just yesterday released 8,000 documents to Just the News that reveal close collaboration and coordination with the Biden White House, his Justice Department, and the January 6th Commission. See, we already thought this was true because on November 9th of 2022, President Biden put up the bat signal. He stated that we just have to demonstrate that he, President Trump, will not take power. Well, 6 days later, President Trump announced he was running for re-election. The very next day, one day after President Trump announced, Nathan Wade had an 8-hour meeting with the January 6th Commission. Now, of course, much like all of his prosecution, when he's questioned under oath, Wade can't remember anything, who he met with, what they talked about, where they met. He's got tremendous amnesia, Mr. Wade does. But 2 days after that meeting with January 6th, on November 18th, which is 3 days after President Trump declared he was running for office, Wade had another 8-hour briefing, this one with the White House. Why is November 18th significant? That is the day that Jack Smith was appointed special counsel. That was the same day that Matthew Colangelo resigned from the Department of Justice and left to lead the prosecution against President Trump with Alvin Bragg in New York. And it's the same day that Nathan Wade was on the phone with the White House for 8 hours. We now know what we suspected, that the White House waived the executive privilege for President Trump that has traditionally always been held. We knew they waived it for Congress, but we now know, due to the documents released yesterday, that it was waived for Fani Willis as well. During this process, Mr. President, you're not going to believe this, but the White House contacted Fani Willis and asked her to submit for a competitive $2 million bid. Well, that bid then turned into a no-bid contract grant with Fani Willis, and she was granted $2 million in the midst of her prosecution of President Trump. Mr. President, the fix was in. This was lawfare. This was a coordinated effort between DA Willis, the White House, and the Jan 6 Commission to do what President Biden said, and that is to demonstrate that he will not take power. The Senate has done great work in uncovering this. I'm glad that we finally have the documents to prove what we have always thought was the case. And Mr. President, sometimes the truth takes a minute to come out, but the truth is now out. I yield the will.
Senators yield the well. Senator from the 26th, what purpose do you rise? Want to speak? Chair recognizes Senator 26 for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, when you look at the color of my skin, it's not dark brown. I call it pecan tan. My great-great-grandfather, that we used to call Big Papa, didn't look like me. He looked like most of you in here. And his wife we call Big Mama didn't look like me. Looked like the majority of the folks in here. So when you're talking, think about it. David Lucas might be some kin to you. We've come a long ways in the South. But Donald Trump wants to be like Putin. He acts like a mafia boss, that the law applies to everybody else but him. He was criminally prosecuted for taking documents that he shouldn't have to Mar-a-Lago. You don't want to talk about the facts about what this man has done. And the reason they didn't release the Epstein files, even though he signed it, now he's been accused of being a pedophile. Now, all of you men in here who have young daughters that are 14 and 15 years old, that ought to mean something to you. He abused a 14-year-old. And as I look around, when he says jump, y'all want to know how high. But what you got to realize, in this country, there's a Constitution. And in a lot of the stuff he's doing, he's trying his power. Putting them ships, those military carriers out there in the ocean by Iran. He's saying, if you don't do what I said do, I'm going to drop something on you. Which means we could be in another war before the president election. He's trying to stay in office. A president who accepted a gift from a foreign country, the Prince of Saudi.
Senator, if you wrap it up, time's expired.
The airplane, the $3 billion in his crypto. I'm telling you, we got a corrupt president. Y'all cannot explain any of the stuff he's done, being a pedophile and everything else. So don't get up here and come down here trying to defend him when everything he's done is in the public.
Senator, time has expired.
Well, Mr. President, won't yield a will. I hate to do it because I got a sermon to tell you.
Thank you, Senator. You can always come back later. Chair recognizes the senator from the 28th. All right, Senator waves. We're just going to stand at ease for a couple minutes. All right, we're going to continue on. You have before you a consent calendar of privileged resolutions. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? Chair sees none. Is there objection to the adoption of the resolutions on the consent calendar? I see none. Chair hears none, and the resolutions on the consent calendar are adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw or commit? Chair sees none. You have before you a consent calendar of local bills. Mr. Secretary, have any objections been filed to any bills on the local consent calendar?
Mr. President, no objections have been filed.
Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the Committee on State and Local Government Operations, which is favorable to the passage of the bills on the local consent calendar? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. The question is on the passage of the bills on the local consent calendar. All those in favor will vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will. Chair recognizes the senator from the 18th. These new senators, I tell you what. All those in favor will vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. Chair recognizes the senator from the 55th. He waves. On the passage of the bills, the yeas are 48, the nays are 0. The bills on the local consent calendar having received the requisite constitutional majority have therefore passed.
You have before you a consent calendar of resolutions expressing the will of the Senate. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? The question is on the consent calendar expressing the will of the Senate. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which are favorable to the adoption of the resolutions? The chair hears none. The reports of the committee are agreed to. The question is on the adoption of the resolutions on the consent calendar. All those in favor will vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution, the yeas are 48 and the nays are 0, and all the resolutions on the consent calendar having received the requisite constitutional majority are therefore adopted. All right, we've had an incredibly productive morning. It is now afternoon. We arranged for lunch in the ante room for the senators. We're going to take Senate will stand in recess until 1 o'clock. We're going to start back sharply at 1 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch. Senate will return to order. Secretary to read the caption of Senate Bill 399.
Senate Bill 399 by Senator Harbin of the 16th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 11 of Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to personnel of emergency medical service so as to provide for notification to public safety answering points about the location of automated external defibrillators, to provide for rules and regulations, to provide for training, to amend Chapter 8 of Title 35 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to employment and training of peace officers so as to provide for training of communication officers, to facilitate the use of automated external defibrillators, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for a short title, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety offers the following substitute to SB 399, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 11 of Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to personnel of emergency medical services so as to provide for notification to public safety answering points about the location of automated external defibrillators and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
I recognize the senator from the 16th to speak to Senate Bill 399.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. You know, we handle a lot of bills in a lot of different areas of law and people, but how things approach us. And this bill came to me a little over a year ago, or at least the concept. One of my constituents came to me, and their son passed away. And I listened to what happened. I listened to the events around it, and I thought about it and thought about it and thought about it, and I said, you know what? There's some things that we can do. In the day in which we know so much we know already, we just need to bring this together. And so I want to read you just a little bit, and then what the bill will do. It says, this is the Mason Sells Act, and it's named after their son, Mason. And Scott and Rachel Sells are with me over here on the fireplace side as we hear this bill. And let me read this. On September the 24th of 2024, Mason Sells of Peachtree City was struck in the chest with a soccer ball while playing with friends. His heart stopped and was not reached by paramedics with an AED for 13 minutes. He ultimately passed away. There was an unknown AED less than 1 mile away, one that was locked also in a building. That same day, another young man was struck in the chest while playing sports, and he was reached by an AED within 3 minutes, and he lived. The bill aims to prevent other tragedies like this that befell Mason and his family by creating a map of local AEDs in public facilities across the state and providing 911 services with their location. 911 operators will also be trained how to teach the everyday citizen that calls on 911 not only how to do cellular CPR, but also how to do AED and how to do that for the person that's there. Here's the part. CPR keeps the blood flowing, keeps it moving, but it does not bring the heart back. Only the AED does that. Today, as we do this, I hope your support that we'll be able to pass this bill in honor of Mason, a young man who had a life before him. And you know, none of us can count anything as for certain. But this young man had life before him, and if we had been able to look at that, and I looked at many of the college campuses, they're mapped, but they were not coordinated with 911. What this bill will do, it will create a map of locations of AEDs across the state. It will provide 911 emergency centers the locations of those AEDs. It will also create a collaboration with the Georgia Emergency Communication Authority and the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, and a roadmap for implementation of a training program for all 911 emergency services on phone instructions for both CPR and AED for lay people. I want to thank the senator from the 56, our chairman for safety. He helped me walk this thing through, and we have a phenomenal asset in him to help us deal with the issues of safety. And I believe this is something that's doable. Bear with me, when you can go onto your phone and type in a restaurant and find every restaurant in the area, we should be able to find every ADE that's on a college campus or in another place and be able to reach out and make that, and our 911 operators be trained for that. And with that, Mr. President, I really appreciate this body giving their full consideration to this bill.
Senator, there are no questions.
No questions. Thank you very much for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from the 9th, you want to vote? On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 16th.
Could I take a moment of a personal privilege just to bring them forward and give them a round of applause for having the courage to follow that?
You can have them stand up. Yeah, we appreciate the Sales family for being with us today. Thank you for your advocacy on this important issue. Senator from 31st, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, it's unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 1st and the 42nd.
Without objection, the senator from the 1st and the 42nd are excused. Secretary, read the caption of Senate Bill 441.
Senate Bill 441 by Senator Harbin of the 16th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 83 of Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to local government investment pools so as to require certain pooled investments to be approved by the State Depository Board, to exempt certain pooled investments from such approval, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions recommend that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Summers, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
I recognize the senator from the 16th to speak to Senate Bill 441.
though all bills are important, some are more closely held than others, and I thank this body for their support and for their help on the last bill for the Mason Sales bill, coordination bill. This bill is a little bit different. SB 441 is local government investment pools, a little bit different. It says the purpose is to give the state oversight over the creation of new local government investment pools. Currently, the State Depository Board manages about $82 billion in assets that are from municipalities, state organizations, things of that nature, and there's a team that handles all of that investment side. This bill is to protect the finances of the state, provide a level of state oversight in the creation of LGIPs, prevent fraud, and provide a backup to identify bad actors before they have a chance to act. Localities don't have the resources, or local communities don't have the resources that the states have to keep their communities safe in the area of investments. This legislation will give the state the ability to do analysis in the nature of LGIPs for high-risk investments to assure stable growth. The finances of our state and local communities are interconnected in many ways. In 2007, the Securities and Exchange Commission seized control of the state of Florida's finances because of a false rumor that had occurred with a LGIP that contained subprime bonds. This legislation would help prevent that by giving the state oversight in the creation of these funds. It also prevents fraudsters from taking advantage of these municipalities by giving their proposal an additional level of protection with the oversight of the State Depository Board. The state has a professional team that manages that $82 billion, and that these smaller organizations and locales and cities and counties do not have. And what this does, it protects them so that if they want to bring up a new one, they have to have the oversight of the State Depository Board. And with that, Mr. President, any questions?
See no questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. Report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 0. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 43rd. What purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 22nd.
Without objection, the senator from the 22nd is excused. Secretary will read the caption of Senate Bill 470.
Senate Bill 470 by Senators Alberts of the 56th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 11 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to offenses against public orders so as to prohibit the possession, use, operation, manufacture, sale, offer for sale, distribution, or import of signal jammers, to specifically authorize the Attorney General to commence forfeiture proceedings, to provide for exemptions, to provide for definitions, to provide for a short title, to provide an effective date, to provide for a late match, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Judiciary Committee offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 470, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 11 of Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to offenses against public orders so as to prohibit the possession, use, operation, manufacture, sale, offer for sale, distribution, or import of signal jammers, to establish criminal offenses, to provide for penalties, to require that certain penalties shall not be suspended, stayed, deferred, or withheld by the sentencing court, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
I recognize the senator from the 56 to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 470 is the Emergency and Public Safety Signal Protection Act. This creates a new felony crime for the use, possession, and distribution of signal jammers. It creates penalties and specifically increases those penalties if public safety or other critical infrastructure is targeted. It makes jammer devices classified as contraband, and they are subject to forfeiture and impose mandatory prison time. What are signal jammers? You may have seen this in the movies or on television. From a small handheld device that might get a room to something that can take out an entire building from a football field away, it will disrupt all communications. Cell phone, Wi-Fi, satellite, GPS, radio, rendering them with no communication from alarms or for 911 centers, no ability to call for help. This dangerous new technology must be thwarted, and I'm grateful to the Lieutenant Governor and his office, as well as our very own Georgia Bureau of Investigation, for helping to create this important legislation. Section 2 of this bill clearly defines the different terms used in signal jammers, continues on through the subsections of Section 2, which talks about the different levels of penalties and fines, and eventually talks about those who also are creating and distributing those devices. Ultimately, this bill creates a couple of exceptions for both state, which would be that in our local governments, and the federal government, who use these for specific purposes in order to protect our homeland and our first responders. This is a very straightforward bill, and I ask for each one of you to vote green to protect our citizens and all those who serve to protect us. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I will yield the well.
No questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question be it ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 47, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary will read the caption of Senate Bill 472.
Senate Bill 472 by Senators Hickman of the 4th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to elementary and secondary education so as to provide for the suspension of members of local boards of education following certain audit findings or findings by the state auditor or financial mismanagement or misconduct, to provide a cap on the total amount of advanced distributions of state allotted funds that may be made by the State Board of Education to local units of administration, to provide for intervention plans, to provide for the authority of the state auditor relative to such intervention plans, to provide for an effective date, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman of the 4th District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 472, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to elementary and secondary education so as to provide for the suspension of members of local boards of education following certain audit findings or findings by the state auditor of financial mismanagement or misconduct, to provide for an employment contract terms, conditions, and limitations for local school superintendents under certain conditions, to provide for a cap on the total amount of advanced distributions of state allotted funds that may be made by the State Board of Education to local units of administration, to provide for plans for monitoring, supports, and intervention, to provide for the authority of the state auditor relative to such plans, to amend Chapter 6 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated, relating to the Department of Audits and Accounts so as to revise provisions for financial audits of local school systems and state charter schools by and on behalf of the Department of Audits and Accounts, to require the Department of Audits and Accounts to develop and implement a program of progressive monitoring, supports, and interventions to local school systems and state charter schools, to provide for investigations of local school systems by the state auditor, to provide for an effective date, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 4th to speak to the measure.
Mr. President, thank you so much. We could also call this the fiscal responsibility by school board members, and I think we all know in this session or in this chamber which school districts that caused this to happen. I'd first of all like to thank Greg Griffin, who's the state auditor, for working very closely with us on this bill, and also thank the Pro Tem's office for working so hard on this bill. It's a great bill. It puts a lot of fiscal responsibility on school board members. So let me tell you about the bill. And it's a little bit long, but I think it's important for us to all know about it. Senate Bill 472 protects students and families by holding local school districts accountable for financial mismanagement. The legislation strengthens the Georgia Department of Audits and Accounts tools to support local school systems by identifying issues early and creating a statewide fiscal monitoring and intervention system by July of this year. This bill authorizes the governor to suspend local school board members upon recommendation of the State Board of Education if the local Board of Education, a member thereof, a local school system, or local school superintendent is the subject of a finding by the state auditor of financial mismanagement or misconduct. Currently, the law allows local school board members to be suspended if the district nearly lost its accreditation or one half or more of the schools in the local school system or turnaround eligible. This bill clarifies that, and this applies to local school board members who were serving at the time the school system was subject to the finding or loss of accreditation. Now, there's two triggers in this bill. The first trigger is if the state auditor designates a district as needing the highest level of monitoring intervention, suspension may begin. And the second trigger is if the state auditor finds financial wrongdoing after an investigation or suspension or proceedings may begin. When either of these triggers occur, the local superintendent must notify the state leadership within 3 days. The key shift in this bill is previously audit findings primarily trigger corrective actions. Now they can trigger removal of the board members by the governor. I'd also like to thank the senator from the 37th, because Section 2 was primarily his suggestion that we all voted on and agree with. This section was added in the Senate Education and Youth as an amendment. When a local school district is designated as a high-risk school system by the Department of Audits, the contract for the superintendent may not exceed 12 months. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Starting July 1, 26, any new contracts for school superintendents must include provisions that if the local school superintendent is the subject of a state auditor finding of financial mismanagement or misconduct following an investigation, or has knowingly failed or refused to comply with material requirement of the intervention plan, then that shall be cause for termination of the employment of the contract. There's also the next section has to do with advanced distribution of state funds. And of course, there's extenuating circumstances sometime on this because of maybe tax collection not coming in on time and that type of thing. And so the state auditor then can come in and look at the particular situation, and they decide, the state auditor decides whether there can be an advancement of funds because the property taxes have not come in on time. So in Section 4, the Department of Audits and Accounts must implement all these programs by July 1, 26. In general, the Audit Department must create a system to monitor financial health of every school system and state charter system. This bill, as y'all well know, happened because a particular school district missed 14 payments, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 14 payments, totaling $6.1 million back to the state health plan benefit. And they also had not had an audit done for 6/30/23, 24, and 25. That's the primary purpose what caused this bill to come up. The department must also produce regular fiscal condition reports, and districts must maintain audit-ready financial statements. The state auditor may authorize CPA firms to perform required audits, but only with the approval and standards. If the state auditor does an audit on a school system, that is no charge to the school system. Some of our school systems go outside of that privilege and go and hire outside auditors, outside CPAs, and I am one, outside auditors, and they have to pay for it. They can only, under this bill, they can only go outside and hire those outside auditors if the state auditor approves of the standards and the work papers that they produce. The state auditor may initiate full investigation when warning signs appear, such as financial irregularities, governance concerns, and evidence of misconduct. This legislation authorizes the state to make an investigation of any local school system or state charter system. Mr. President, this is a great bill, and I would encourage everyone to vote green on it, and the second time I'm going to yield the well. Thank you, sir.
Senators yielded the well. Chair recognizes the senator from the 35th. He waves. Oh, all right. Senator from the. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair recognizes the senator from the 35th.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your time. I appreciate the intent of this bill. I do have concerns about unintended consequences. School board members are not in charge of operations, including financial operations. School board members' purpose is to hire and fire and hold responsible the school superintendent. And so this bill has a extra emphasis on school board members who are elected by the people. I'll say that again. This bill would have the responsibility be held by the school board members who are elected by the people. So this is another example of infringing upon the power of local government. So I've just been moved by this body's love affair with big government, getting involved in local matters every chance it gets. I am not in support of this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 6th. to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to emphasize, you know, there's been some school systems that have messed up, but all of them have not. And I don't feel like SB 472 is an indictment on all of them, and it shouldn't be. I'll brag on Coweta County school system. I'll brag on Heard County school system. I'll brag on Carroll County school system. We're getting it right. And many other school systems are, so please don't think that SB 472 is against you. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. Chair recognizes the senator from the 31st. He waves. Senator from the 35th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry. Isn't it not true that there are measures in place to hold school systems accountable with current law?
Senator, there are, but apparently they were not enough for the City of Dublin school system.
Isn't that isn't that true that we have members of this
Senator,
body
what
that
purpose do you rise?
point of parliamentary inquiry, excuse me.
State
and
your
that's
parliamentary inquiry, Senator.
Another freshman. All right, we'll try again.
On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 40, the nays are 8. The bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed by substitute. I want to thank the senator from the 4th for his hard work on this. My office worked closely with his. I represent Lawrence County. I represent 8 counties, but Lawrence County and the City of Dublin school system had some very egregious fiscal mismanagement, and this will allow us to address that if this comes up again in the future or if it comes up in other systems. And I thank you for your work on that, Senator. All right, the Secretary will read the caption of Senate Bill 500. I recognize the senator from the 6th. What purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, is it not true that the most dangerous place in this state capitol is standing between a microphone and our freshman senator from the 35th?
You know, that's a good point, Chairman. Between that and pushing the wrong button. So if you look at your buttons, Senators, one of them says RTF. That means request to go to the floor. The other one is RTS, just request to speak from your desk. There's a chart in your desk that it will help you in the future. Thank you very much. All right, the Secretary will read the caption to Senate Bill
Senate Bill 500 by Senator Hodges of the 3rd and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 of Title 49 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Georgia Board of Healthcare workforce so as to expand the behavioral healthcare workforce database to include data from licensed healthcare professionals, to revise definitions, to rename such database as the Healthcare Workforce Database, to provide for conforming changes, to provide for related matters, to appeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommend that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
I recognize the senator from the 3rd to speak to Senate Bill 500. Let's give the senator your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring you Senate Bill 500. It is an attempt to assist the Georgia Board of Healthcare Workforce in their mission to make sure that Georgia has the appropriate number of healthcare providers wherever in our state that they are needed. This bill enhances an existing data system by adding a system of healthcare providers across our state by adding 9 licensing boards and agencies to report data on their licensees to the Georgia Board of Healthcare Workforce, so that board can accurately collect and analyze data to measure the state's adequacy of professionals, healthcare professionals in all parts of our state. The bill allows the board to enter into agreements with licensing entities to collect information on their licensees, to create, to house, and to provide information for the governor, the General Assembly, state agencies, and the public regarding our healthcare workforce. The bill allows the board to seek federal or other funding for these purposes. The bill says that the board can create and maintain a dashboard on its website to provide information on our healthcare workforce to the public. And the bill establishes a minimum data set survey to be utilized to collect data from healthcare providers. Bill also includes, let me mention that that data would not include any personal data, no names, no social security numbers of any healthcare provider. The bill does include to the data set the types of insurance that's accepted by the healthcare providers and whether they accept Medicare and Medicaid. So this information that's collected by the board will be used for planning and managing our healthcare workforce for all of Georgia and for information for our public. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield any questions.
No questions, Senator.
Thank you. I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 46 and the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. The Secretary will read the caption to Senate Bill 513.
Senate Bill 513 by Senators Dickerson of the 21st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 and Chapter 5 of Title 40 of the OCGA relating to elementary and secondary education and driver's license respectively, so as to revise requirements for public school policies and procedures relative to student attendance, to provide for multi-tier supports and interventions, to revise provisions relative to attendance review teams, to provide for attendance intervention plans, to provide for consequences for chronically unexcused students, such as ineligibility for interscholastic and extracurricular activities and potential ineligibility to be issued an instruction permit or driver's license by the Department of Driver Services, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman of the 4th District, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
I recognize the senator from the 21st to speak to Senate Bill 513. Senator from Cherokee County. Long, tall senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, colleagues, friends, I rise today to present Senate Bill 513, the Everyday Counts Act. At its core, this legislation is about one simple truth. Students cannot learn if they're not in the classroom. Chronic absenteeism continues to be one of the greatest barriers to academic success in Georgia. When students miss school, especially without excuse, they fall behind, and catching up becomes harder with each passing day. This bill does not begin with punishment, it begins with support. Senate Bill 513 requires local school systems to implement a 3-tiered framework to promote attendance. First, school-wide strategies that encourage every student to show up. Second, targeted supports for students who are at risk of falling into chronic absenteeism. And third, individualized attendance intervention plans for students who become chronically unexcused. Parents are involved, students are involved, schools are involved. Plans must be written, acknowledged, and reviewed monthly by attendance teams. Only when a student fails to comply with a developed intervention plan do consequences come into play, such as temporary ineligibility for extracurricular activities or potential delay in receiving a driver's permit. These are privileges, and this bill reinforces the connection between responsibility and opportunity. This legislation strengthens accountability while ensuring supports come first. It aligns our education system with the expectation that regular attendance is essential to success. Colleagues, every day truly does count. I respectfully ask for your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 513. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield for questions or yield the well.
Senator, I don't know that I've ever seen the board so lit up. You do have some questions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes the senator from the 56th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield for a series of questions?
I will always yield to my friend of the 56th.
Senator, isn't it true that you grew up and are kind of a favored son of Cherokee County, Georgia?
The senator knows of which he speaks.
Senator, isn't it true that you went to Cherokee County schools?
Yes, Senator, I did.
And Senator, isn't it true that we share that, myself, the senator from 32nd, we share that school district we represent? We know the school superintendent, the school board members, the teachers, and the vital records office personnel. Isn't that true?
The senator knows of which he speaks.
Senator, isn't true that I've got your attendance record here from high school? Could you comment on absenteeism as it pertains to your own personal circumstance for this Senate body?
To the senator, to the best of my knowledge, that may be untrue.
Well done, Senator.
All right, does the senator further yield for questions?
Mr. President, I further yield.
All right, good sport. Chair recognizes the senator from the 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I will most certainly yield to my seatmate from the 23rd.
Every day counts. Is that not true, Senator?
That is correct, sir.
Would you share with the Senate how you start every day?
I start every day at 3:30 a.m., sir.
All right, and what sustenance do you receive? The senator will further you. What sustenance do you receive when you start your day?
Could you expand on that, please, Senator?
Is it not true? Is it not true, Senator, that you are prone to consume a pie? What is the first word of the pie?
That would be moon pie, Senator.
Moon pie. What size? Excuse me, if the senator further you, what size moon pie?
That would be the original size moon pie.
The original size moon pie. One final question, if I may.
Yes,
Could
sir.
you please define how everyday counts fits with moral turpitude?
I'll be happy to. Every day counts. Whether you're, regardless of what walk of life you come from, every day counts. And what I was been told is whenever it comes to how you're supposed to live your life every day. And I'll define moral turpitude this way. When it's evil, when it's repulsive, when it's just strictly whenever it comes to...
when your mama don't like it.
Well, what I was going to say, Senator, is that what my grandmother always told me is moral turpitude is those type of situations that you get yourself in to when you're and it's so vile that your grandmother stands up in public and starts praying out loud.
Amen. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your bill. Look forward to supporting it.
Thank you, Senator.
Good answer, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, would you yield for a serious question?
I will most definitely yield to the Senator of the 32nd.
My question's about lines 76 and 77 that has to do with Tier 2. And I would like to know what on earth is a student who's at risk of becoming chronically unexcused?
76 and 77, thank you so much. So we have pushed this legislation back to the school system. We want to make sure that from a local standpoint that the schools are involved, and we understand the school districts in Bibb County may not be the same as in Clayton County, and it may not be the same in Cherokee County. So we're allowing each school district and each school itself to further define what that is. We give them the guardrails, we give them the rails of what we want it to work within, and we define that chronic absenteeism rate. But whenever it comes to tier 2, we're going to leave that up to each individual school district to further define that.
Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I will most certainly yield to my friend from the 27th.
All right. I also have a question about the same code section, lines 74 to 79, where you appear to be setting up a new 3-tier system in the state of Georgia. Can you outline for us what the existing 3-tier system does in the state of Georgia?
Senator, I cannot.
Is it not true? Do you further yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that the current 3-tier system has to do with the distribution of alcohol and wine?
Senator, I'm unaware of that legislation.
Senator, do you further yield?
I most certainly do.
Is there any reason why this bill seems to be desiring to introduce a 3-tier distribution system into the public school system? I'm a little confused by that.
No, Senator.
Well, that's all I had.
Thank you, Senator.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 13th.
Senator, yield.
I most certainly yield to my friend from the 13th.
Senator, when I walked in this chamber in 2019, I walked in mid-chamber, and the question was asking me from the previous rules chairman. So I'll ask you the same question he asked me. Who do you think is the most influential senator in this body?
Well, Senator, I'm going to defer to everybody else in here, and I'll most definitely refer that to the President of the Senate.
Good answer.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
I will most definitely yield to my friend from the 6th.
Senator, I've got some serious policy questions here. I was looking at lines 33 and 34, and I will read attendance intervention plan or plan. This is your definition, is it not true? And you define it by a plan means a plan approved by an attendance review team for a chronically excused student. And Senator, when I was in school and actually attended school, My English teacher taught me not to define a word with that word. Did you not learn that, Senator?
I did not, Senator.
Did you skip school on that day, Senator?
It sounds like I did, Senator.
Wow. Senator, would you further yield?
I will most certainly yield.
I do have a question about Section 6. Your effective date is on January 1st, 2027. Is that not true?
That is true.
And where you're from, when does school start?
School starts August the 1st.
So, Senator, if you'll further yield, which I know you will, the first semester of school, are they allowed to be completely absent as much as possible?
Could you further define your question, Senator?
Senator, if your policy starts on January 1st, is it not true the first semester it would not apply?
The Senator is correct for 2026.
So what about 2027?
This plan will go into effect as of January 1st, 2027. It will be applicable for August the 1st, the first semester of 2027.
But, Senator, does it not say it's effective on January 1st?
It does, Senator.
So what about the previous semester?
Well, Senator, whenever, from my understanding from Legislative Council, they prefer to start most dates on the first day of the year. And so we will defer to Legislative Council for that question.
Senator, are you telling me you didn't write your own bill?
You are correct, sir.
Good move.
I'm going to recognize one more senator. Senator one more for you there, Mr. Freshman. Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, you yield?
I will most definitely yield to my friend from the 19th.
Thank you for helping me understand your bill better. If I understand it correctly, what happens if a student is missing more than 5 days in the first 50 days of school, you mandate they have to have a certain type of meeting. What is the name of it?
That would be the attendance intervention plan.
And so you mandate that if they aren't there for the first 5 days, right?
That is correct, sir.
And if they aren't there 10% of the time after the first 50 days, you mandate that meeting again, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Is there any funding connected to this bill?
We've not received any a fiscal note on this, Senator.
So no
but from our understanding, we're unaware that we should not need one. We're going to leave that up to each school district.
Will you yield for one final question then?
I will, sir.
I understand you were in quite a bruising campaign, a very busy campaign. When I looked at your campaign website, I didn't see any opportunity that you talked about running on unfunded mandates. Did you think about that when you introduced this bill?
No, sir. I'm doing what's best for the people of the state of Georgia and for Cherokee County.
Thank you.
That's a good one to close on. I love that close. Senator, you can yield the well.
I will yield the well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So as you all know, it's a tradition to tease freshman senators, but this is a serious measure, and he's put a lot of hard work into it. It came out of a study committee, bipartisan study committee over the interim. We know that consistent attendance is one of the strongest predictors of academic achievement, graduation rates, and long-term success. So this is serious, and I will now go through my script and we will vote on it. Does any senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from the 33rd, what purpose do you rise?
I was just going to remind this freshman senator that when the bell rings, count to 60 and then vote.
All right. Thank you, Senator. All right. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair recognizes the 6th. What purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 8th.
Without objection, the senator from the 8th is excused. Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise to support this bill, and I thank the senator for the 21st for a very good job. He handled himself very well. But as someone that served on the study committee, I felt compelled to get up and speak of the importance of attendance in education. We do so much work in here, thanks to the leadership of the senator from the 4th on literacy. But if we do not have kids' butts in seats, they are not going to learn, and we'll continue to have an issue with our academic scores. And so when you have rates reaching up towards 20% of students that are chronically absent, we have to do all that we can to get kids in these seats. And so the great thing about this bill is it focuses on support before punishment. To help students improve attendance before facing consequences. And so I know some folks may have some heartburn about the consequences, but there are so many opportunities to involve and engage parents before we get to any of the consequences that occur. So I was just coming to urge your strong support for Senate Bill 513. Thank you, and I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 4th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for bringing this bill. I just want to remind people that what we in literacy have been watching the last several years, and we've been having to follow the lead of Alabama and Mississippi. And a lot of stuff of what you're seeing is because of what they've accomplished. And it's a sad day for Georgia to have to follow these states, but it's a great day for them because they are doing so well. One thing that we've seen in the last few days is some polls that have come out that has shown as Alabama and Mississippi's literacy rates have increased, their chronic absenteeism rates have decreased. Those two states now are very close to leading the nation in the decreasing of chronic absenteeism. So as we teach our kids to read, they're going to want to go to school and they want to be a part of it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 35th to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we're having good fun here. But during my time on the school board, as many of you served on the school board, you heard a lot from teachers who had their plate full and given more things to do from the state and not resources to do it. This plan is amazing. I love the plan, but this plan also takes time, effort, and energy, and time takes money. And as a state, we continue to say a thing, but we don't back it up with money, with funding. While our schools are still struggling to deal with the rising insurance costs, health insurance costs, with energy costs, trying to pay for their staff, it's very, very difficult for our educators, and they are trying to do everything. They would love to implement this plan and others dictated by this body, but this is a mandate. It's a wonderful mandate, but it is unfunded. And I'm speaking against the bill specifically for that reason. We don't have money attached to it, and it makes it harder for our educators, and they're already at their end. Thank you.
Senator from the 50th. Okay, you got the right button now. Come to the front.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the freshman senator for bringing this. I want to commend the efforts. I think a lot of you, like me, have heard directly from school teachers about the issue of absenteeism in classrooms, and we have been asked directly from teachers to address this issue. I've heard that this is an unfunded mandate, first in jest from the senator from the 19th, and then from another senator a minute ago. This bill gives teachers the ability to teach students. This is not an unfunded mandate. This is a necessary tool to allow students to be in the classroom and give teachers the tools to put them there. I am strongly in support of this legislation, and I ask that we light this board up green for our teachers. Thank you.
All right, pursuant to Senate rule, the senator from the 21st district has the right to close debate. Does he wish to close debate? The senator waves. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. Chair recognizes the senator from the 14th. What purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, the more I think about this bill, the more I feel like the Senate could use something like this, like a chronically unexcused senator. You know, you walk on 5 votes or something, and maybe we come up with a plan for attendance. What do you think, Mr. President?
Senator, we all are very busy. There are committee meetings going on. There's constituents here to visit with. I mean,
that's a very serious answer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. On the passage, on the passage of the bill, yeas are 46, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Good job, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 21st. What purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I would ask for this bill to be immediately transmitted over to the House.
Senator has moved that the bill be... Read the caption. All right. Attention. Talk about overreach. Senator recognizes chair. I'm the chair today. Chair recognizes the senator from the 21st. What purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I want to withdraw that motion.
Wise beyond his years. Thank you. Senator from the 41st, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 44th for her absenteeism.
Without objection, the senator from the 44th is excused. Secretary, read the caption of Senate Bill 535.
Senate Bill 535 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 37 of the OCGA relating to mental health so as to provide for the recreation of community service boards, to amend Code Section 50-14-1 of the OCGA relating to meetings open to the public, limitation on action to contest agency action, recording, notice of time and place, access to minutes, and teleconferences, so as to revise a provision authorizing community service boards to conduct teleconference meetings under certain circumstances, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, The Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommend that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 535, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 37 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to mental health so as to provide for the recreation of community service boards, to reconstitute the governing boards of community service boards, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
I recognize the senator from the 32nd to speak to Senate Bill 535.
Thank you. Thank you. Senate Bill 535 is an agency bill for DBHDD, and it's meant to strengthen and provide greater accountability among our 22 CSBs, Community Service Boards. This bill was brought to me by our former colleague, Commissioner Kevin Tanner. CSBs are the safety net of the state's mental health care system, providing crisis and community-based care. Services across the state have been inconsistent for years. This bill has two goals. First, it seeks to provide greater oversight and accountability for our state CSBs by reforming their governance. Second, it seeks to allow DBHDD to establish uniform minimum service requirements. This has been a collaborative process. You'll find on your desk two letters, one from the Georgia Association of Community Service Boards in support, and one from ACCG in support. So I hope that you all will join me in trying to make our CSBs more consistent and more accountable. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. There's nobody up there.
You must have done a great job explaining it. I know you did a great job explaining it because there are no questions.
Thank you. I'll yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 45 and the nays are 2. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 31st. What purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I move the Senate stand adjourned to pursuant to H.R. 998 until 1 p.m. Tuesday, March 3rd.
The senator from the 31st has moved that the Senate stand adjourned until 1 p.m. All right, y'all listen now. We're adjourning until 1 p.m. on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. That's 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday, March 3rd. Does the Majority Leader wish to speak to his motion? All right, he waves. All right, on the motion to adjourn by the Majority Leader, is there objection? All right, Chair recognizes the Senator from the 22nd, the Minority Leader, to speak to the objection. She didn't have her button pushed, but I'll recognize the Senator from the 41st to speak to the objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. We rise to object to this motion because there are important bills that remain on the calendar for today. Most importantly, it's a bill about affordability. And so if we are to punt this down the road even further, once more, we deny Georgians an opportunity to have more affordable energy bills. So we object to this motion and urge you all to continue with the calendar as outlined.
The Majority Leader has moved that the Senate stand adjourned pursuant to H.R. 998 until 1 p.m. on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. The Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion to adjourn, the yeas are 26 and the nays are 20. The motion has prevailed and the Senate is adjourned. Secretary, read the announcements.
The Rules Committee will meet upon adjournment in room 450 of the Capitol. The Banking and Financial Institutions Committee has been canceled. The Judiciary Committee will meet in room 307 of the CLOB at 4 p.m. The Urban Affairs Committee will meet in room 125 of the Capitol at 4 p.m. The Regulated Industries and Utilities Committee will meet in room 450 of the Capitol at 5 p.m. The Insurance and Labor Committee will meet in room Mezzanine 1 at 6 p.m. Mr. President, that completes the order.